Nee, Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Kunja Bihari Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Jana Vallabha Girivardhari Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Yamuna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Jai Shri Harinam Sankirtan Ki Jai. Nitai Gaura Premanande Nama Jnana Timirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshuritam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagrajatam Sahagana Raghunatham Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Rijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priya Vansha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya eva cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadara Shri Vasudhi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shri Harinam Sankirtan Ki Jai. Hare Krishna, everyone. Thank you for coming this evening. So we thought we'd continue with the questions and answers this evening. So yeah, just to check first, does anyone have any questions they would like to start us off with? Maybe some things that are pending from this morning or from yesterday. Yes, okay. I have a mic for you.
It's actually a question from Bhagavati. Because
okay.
her health,
yes, sure. Yeah, okay.
Because her health is not so good,
Okay,
she's not able to come.
Yeah.
So she has sent the question, and she's requested me to ask it to you. It's a little long.
Okay, all right.
I have a question about your response to Shyamananda Prabhu's question about crying for Krishna.
Mm-hmm.
You were explaining the difference between the crying of the sadhaka and the crying of the siddha. So we are all sadhakas, and we try to act in a way that is pleasing to the Lord and to the spiritual master, with the aim of establishing our relationship with the Lord. But still, there's the interference of the body and mind, which at times can get very overwhelming. So we lament that again we wasted time that should be spent working on the eternal relationship and on acting in a way which is pleasing to the spiritual master. It's not a lament because we're suffering in this world, but because we fall short and we desperately want to do better. When we read the Danya part of Bhaktivinoda Thakur's Sharanagati prayers, he laments about all the time wasted in his life. And I'm in no way comparing our lamentation with this, but his prayers do serve as an example for us. He shows us the progress that we are supposed to make in this lifetime. My question is that if our goal is to have a relationship with the Lord, and we're supposed to work on building that eternal relationship on this material body, is there not a point at which our crying for our lacking in that relationship can be considered as ever so slightly crying for Krishna, or at least in a way that Krishna is going to hear our lament? Because without his hearing our cries for help, things are completely hopeless.
Wow. Thank you so much. Yes. Thank you, Bhagavati Mataji. And apologies if you're watching online, I'll send you the slides I was supposed to send. Yes, so yesterday we talked about crying for Krishna and how there's the cry of the samsarika. The samsarika means one who's caught in the cycle of birth and death. And they cry for material things because all their material plans are frustrated. And then there's the cry of the sadhaka who has now developed that eagerness to connect with Krishna and is therefore crying for Krishna, definitely, but also perhaps mixed with some lamentation of the world. And then there's the cry of the siddha who's completely in love with Krishna and therefore crying those tears from the core of the soul. So the question here is that yesterday, in response to Shyamananda Prabhu's question, I talked about how the cry of the siddha is a cry which is very much to do with the beauty of Krishna and very much to do with one's eagerness and greed to be with Krishna because one's become enchanted by that reality. So the question here is that is there also room in that kind of crying for the lamentation that we've wasted our life here and that we haven't served Krishna? This is how I understand the question. So definitely these two things are connected. Srila Prabhupada, he said his favorite song was Narottam Das Thakur's transcendental lamentation, Hari Hari Bifale Janama Gonainu, in which he sings that I obtained the human form of life, but I uselessly wasted it because I didn't engage in Krishna's service. It's as though I knowingly drunk poison. So definitely we see that the siddhas, the great devotees of Krishna, they lament that in their material condition they didn't fully give themselves to Krishna. However, if you look at the lamentation of the great devotees, it always begins from the appreciation of Krishna. Because their appreciation for Krishna is so great, then when they look at themselves, they feel a lacking. They feel a lack in themselves of reciprocation, of giving. And therefore, again, this kind of lamentation is never self-centered. It's always based, it always begins from appreciation for Krishna. Sometimes people ask, what's the difference between humility and low self-esteem? Because real humility begins from an appreciation of Krishna and a subsequent realization of one's own loneliness in relation to Krishna's amazing character and qualities. Whereas low self-esteem just begins and ends with ourselves. And so yes, definitely the great devotees cry for Krishna and they look at their life and they feel a lamentation, a lacking. But it's a lacking which is based on how amazing Krishna is that I didn't do more to serve Krishna. So yes. I think also the crying for Krishna, we have to make it real. Yes, in our life there's pain in the material world, there's pain of our body, there's pain of our mind, and there's the struggle of material existence. And we know that those tears that we shed, and subsequently the desperation we have to get out of this situation isn't pure love for Krishna. But still, even those tears that carry that frustration of material life and that lamentation at our material condition, even they can be used to get closer to Krishna. We use that as a starting point. Krishna may frustrate us in the world, and those tears begin to build a road towards Krishna. But eventually those tears change in their emphasis, and they're not so much about us and the material world, but they're more about Krishna and the spiritual world, like that. So we begin where we are, and then gradually what we do is we transform it and put the emphasis on Krishna rather than us. Does that? I don't know if that helps. Obviously you can't read her mind, but yeah, okay. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yes.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. So on the topic of controlling the mind, is it on?
Yes.
Okay. So on the topic of controlling the mind, sometimes things happen in life in which I find my mind running away with myself, and then when I try to do things that can increase my bhakti, such as chanting and doing my puja and my arti, I experience a lot of resistance, and I feel a lot of disconnect in those moments. And over time, I'll find myself back in the place of balance, and I'll pick up all those things. But I was wondering if you have some kind of practical tips or maybe some advice in which I can regroup faster and not feel lost in the mind as long as I am now feeling.
Yeah. I was mentioning on the first day of the Bhagavad Gita seminar about how our vision of life is made up of our condition, our interaction, and then ultimately we have that opportunity of connection. Scripture is equipping one with a vision which goes beyond our emotions. The basic problem in the world is that we're so led by our emotions. We're on an emotional roller coaster. You know, you wake up in the morning and all it takes is for someone to look at you a little bit funny. And the whole rest of the day, it's like in your mind. It's so difficult. Our emotional state gets so hijacked very, very quickly. And therefore, knowledge of Shastra, philosophical insight to strengthen one's intelligence is extremely important. Sometimes you have to get out of your mind. You have to go beyond your mind. You have to see your mind. They say the Kanista, he sees the scriptures through his emotions, but the Madhyam sees his emotions through the scriptures. And therefore, for the beginner in the spiritual path, they're seeing things, but it's very much through the lens of their emotions, but later on they begin to see their emotions through another lens. And that's why to become fixed in transcendental knowledge is the only way to bring some level of steadiness to the mind when it's taking us away. That daily connection with scripture, you know, in the beginning of the Bhagavad Gita, that verse is quoted in glorification. Maline moshanam pumsham jalashnanam dine dine Gita shakrit bhashishnanam samsara malanashanam. That just as every day we take a bath with water to cleanse the body, so similarly every single day we have to cleanse the mind with the wisdom, because otherwise that mind definitely will carry us away. So Krishna says, above the sense, above matter is the senses, above the senses is the mind, above the mind is the intelligence, and above the intelligence is the soul. And therefore we begin by strengthening the intelligence. And that becomes, therefore we say, small minds discuss people, average minds discuss events, but great minds discuss wisdom, and then what they do is through that lens of wisdom, they see people and they see events. And then they don't get dragged down by people or events, but they see those people and events through a higher paradigm which helps them to frame it in the appropriate way. Yeah. Thank you.
Maharaj, could you give your insights on the mood, the right mood in which to study scripture?
The right mood in which to study scripture. The first thing is to understand that scripture is Krishna. Krishna Tulya Bhagavata Vibhu Sarva Shrai. That we are not approaching scripture as a manual, we're not approaching scripture as some kind of information, we're not approaching scripture as some kind of historical thing. This is Krishna. And therefore, the Bhagavatam is a deity. And then if you approach the Bhagavatam in that way, Srila Prabhupada says, then you will see Krishna on every page. So, when we're reading scripture, Sanatana Goswami says, the Bhagavatam is my best friend, it's my constant companion, it's my teacher, it's lifting me up. In other words, the Bhagavatam is that which Krishna in that form which is allowing me to process everything that's around me. Krishna, this is the companion that Krishna appears as this companion to allow me to see through a different lens. So I think that's the very first thing, that when we read scripture to feel this is Krishna speaking to me, that's very, very important. And then, just as we can't understand Krishna directly, just as we never approach Krishna directly, then in the same way with scripture, we try to understand scripture through those who are living scripture, the book Bhagavata, and then there's the person Bhagavata. And through them, we with great reverence and wonder and submissiveness and openness, we approach scripture, hearing from them like that. So we approach scripture in a very personal way, we approach scripture in a very respectful way, and we approach scripture in a very open way. In the beginning of the Bhagavad Gita, Srila Prabhupada in the first purport says 3 ways in which you should read the Bhagavad Gita. Srila Prabhupada says, number 1, very scrutinizingly. He said, number 2, with the help of someone who has understood. And he says, number 3, without any personally motivated personal motivations. So one opens the book as a blank slate, ready to see what Krishna wants to say. And like this, one can begin to have a much more deeper exchange with the Shastra, develop a deeper relationship. So, yes. Another way is that we begin to see the scripture as a world in itself. They say one level of studying scripture is you go to the Bhagavatam to get some knowledge through which you get inspired and enthused, and then you come out of the Bhagavatam and you again function with the world with that knowledge. That's one level of study. But the higher level of study is that you enter the Bhagavatam and then you just stay there. Because that is the world. I don't enter that world to get something to then come out and then live in this world. I enter that world to stay in that world. Because that is the real world. Because that's the world which is eternal. That's the reality which endures. And therefore you see the great saints are able to do that. They're able to enter the Bhagavatam and then stay there. Because everything is being revealed to them there. And that is the aspiration that we have to be there. Okay. The questions, shall we?
So I was going back to your culture discussion this morning, Maharaj. And to me it's also a really big topic. And a couple of points quickly. I always just say in ISKCON, we have on the temple that we always put on the highest platform, my understanding is that the Chowpatty temple. And I always say, why? We've all got the same philosophy, all over ISKCON, but they've got the culture. Just, obviously, everyone's work in progress, but they've got the culture on a level that's wow, it's like really, the things they introduced there is just amazing, and so therefore automatically it becomes the gold standard that so many temples look towards. And it's therefore in ISKCON in general, I say, the reason we haven't, especially here in good old Belgium, we are not even a blip on the Belgian map, is because of our culture. We yet have to figure out what is our Vaishnav culture. And of course, like some of the devotees, then what is our Vaishnav culture in the context of our environment? And how to get those two things together. We're scratching our heads very much so, right? Even in Radhadesh here, after 40 years, it's an open fact. We struggle, it's a struggle for us. And we don't have to change the philosophies, we have to change the culture. So I'm going to ask you for your input, but just this morning in the discussion I was thinking, because I think it was Anna, your Maharaji's question too, it's so complicated, it's not just complicated, it's impossible to slap on one thing and say, this is our culture. Because culture is an organic thing in every minute, every moment. What is it I should do right now that person leaves a little more attracted to Krishna? What is it that's going to be? And every moment will be different. And how we get to the point of knowing that is not that we're going to establish a hardline culture and everyone has to wear dhotis, or everyone has to wear pants and shirt. That's just too. But we have to find, and you use the word quite a few times this morning too, the principle behind these details. And I think what I need to do, and we all need, is educate ourselves that in the moment, this is the detail, but what is the principle I'm trying to achieve here? And one little example is, we have a famous in ISKCON, Prabhupada said, a brahmachari should never eat until the guru calls him, right? And the grihastas, the famous one, you don't eat your meal till you go outside the door and call out, anyone hungry? Right. So there are two things in ISKCON, devotees go, we don't do that, neither the brahmacharis or the grihastas. I think on both times behind them, the principle for the brahmachari is, he can't call it his guru, but my understanding is the principle is you never take prasadam. It must be given to you. And everyone represents your guru. Okay, so maybe that's the way I can, maybe under that Vedic detail in my context, and of course for grihastas, your house should always be open for people to come on programs and invite people in, is how you want. So what would you, if you were to ask you, like, what is our, have you a meditation, what could be a next cultural step that we can apply, or I can apply, that will make us take it more seriously? We have the philosophy, we just don't have the culture yet. So do you have a meditation how ISKCON, or we need to improve ourselves to the next level on a cultural way?
Yeah, thank you, Shaman. Yeah, I think just on that point of, brahmacharis and grihastas, like the principle of brahmacharya is dependence. And one of the biggest ways in which you're meant to be dependent and under shelter, the most basic necessity of life is food. And therefore, when this injunction is given that you should always wait till you're called, it's meant to inculcate this mood that a brahmachari is never independent. A brahmachari is dependent. They're living under the protection of the guru. And for the grihasta, again, the most basic form of charity is to give people their most essential need, which is food, and therefore this concept that you always offer before you take yourself inculcates this mood of gratitude and openness. And though a grihasta lives behind closed doors, those doors are also always open So again, as you said, it's really about understanding the principle behind each detail. What we did recently at the manor is, out of all the ashrams, the unknown ashram is Vanaprastha, which is almost like, there's just this whole period of life and this ashram which is very undefined. And almost like there's very clear samskaras for when one becomes a brahmachari. They put on saffron. When they become a grihastha, there's a marriage ceremony. When they take sannyas, they get a danda. It's very clear. But when you are vanaprastha, it's like, what is there? What do you do? What does it mean? So we got all the devotees together and we actually went through the chapter in the Bhagavatam which talks about vanaprasthas. And we went through every single verse with the whole group. And we read every verse, and every single verse we just tried to look at the detail of it, like a vanaprastha wears this in the forest and lives like this, and we started writing down all the different principles that it signifies. And then we drew a column and we said, like, on the other side, what would this mean today? And then it was incredible because we actually, in just about a couple of hours, we came up with a whole culture of what vanaprasthas could actually look like in today's age. So finding those principles is very powerful, and a good starting point for finding the principles of Vaishnava culture is just to study deeply sattva, or the mode of goodness. So for example, Krishna talks about food in the mode of goodness and what that is. So immediately you get a sense of the culture of our cuisine in its most basic, principled sense. Clothes. What are the kind of principles behind the clothes that we wear? They should be clean, they should be unagitating, they should, these are the principles. And then we begin to understand our culture in a more generic way. And we can use those principles then to live in any culture, Belgian culture, French culture, English culture, but still be very, very close to what is going to actually support the awakening of Krishna consciousness. So yeah, it's a great, and it's interesting because sometimes we grasp the details of a culture and they actually become counterproductive to the actual principle that they're meant to express, and then we begin to see that actually we're just following something that's not relevant anymore. So yeah, I think it's just really that exercise of really looking at culture as beyond just the mere external details, which we've always kind of, seen it as, and really looking deeper, like what's underneath this, what is the purpose of this cultural item, like that. You want to say something like that?
What's your meditation on culture? Your meditation on next cultural thing you'd like to see?
What's my meditation on the next cultural thing I'd like to see? I think, I lived in Chaupati. I was fortunate to live there however many years ago. That was nearly 25 years ago, 23 years ago. And I lived there for 6 months. And I think one of the most amazing things I saw there, which I had not seen in many places, was the great respect and appreciation that each varna and each ashram had for each other. I think that's just such a huge thing, like that the whole community looks at the brahmacharis and they really appreciate what they're doing, who they are, what contribution they're making, and how they can act to support them. That the brahmacharis look at the grihastas and see that despite having so many duties, despite having so many different responsibilities that they have to shoulder and balance, that they're still practicing Krishna consciousness and then to take shelter of them and to respect and to serve them, and like that. I think just that dynamic of how all the ashrams respect each other, that was very, very touching to actually see. you know, and I think that basic, from that, I think a lot of other things in terms of social development and cultural development can happen. That's one thing.
A bit in this regard, we were there in Mumbai, and we were having a class with Gauranga Darshan Prabhu about once a week we have character class, applying the principles of Srimad Bhagavatam on a personal platform, day-to-day life, and we were discussing about fault finding. And something that Prabhu was repeatedly saying is how these principles of Shastra are so dynamic. And for example, in regards to fault finding, he was just, I'm saying it quickly, we had like 5 sessions of 1.5 hours. But for example, if we are criticized, then we're tolerant. But if another Vaishnava is criticized, then we are compassionate. But then if we are criticized, but we are representing a group or institution, then we need to measure, is this fault finding productive? Is there other things we did good? And so there's so many possible responses to the situation. In this case was fault finding. But the principle that he was sharing is how Shastra, how this culture, how this, you mentioned also with Bhagavad Gita, how is a living theology, is a living culture, everything is so dynamic. I remember he repeatedly saying how Shastra is so dynamic. So I was for weeks wondering in this regard, everything is moving. So what is right, what is wrong? And Prabhu was mentioning this, it seems like in these aspects of culture, in this refinement of culture, we act differently. We act differently according to the age, according to the position, according to the ashram or varna, according to the country, the language. How do we navigate in this dynamism of life while still progressing the most as possible and awakening to that absorption in Krishna consciousness?
Yeah, so how do we respond to all the changing situations, the changing times, and because we can't just stereotypically just do something externally because and that's the point that we're making. That's why it's so important to understand the principle behind it, because to honor a principle in 2 different situations, you have to act often in very different ways. And for example, Socrates talks about 2 different types of ethics. He says there's act-based ethics and there's motivation-based ethics. And he says in act-based ethics, we think something is right or wrong based on the act. But a deeper level of ethical analysis is motivation-based ethics, where we actually see what's the intention, what's the driving force, what's the heart behind why this person is doing what they're doing, and something is ethical based on that consideration more than what they actually do. And that's why, you know, why does a culture even exist? Because we have a goal, we have a process, but ultimately we need the culture to be able to support that process. That culture is meant to create the right atmosphere, the right consciousness, in order for that process to really work. And so in different situations we have to act differently to create that right atmosphere, and so that it can actually serve its purpose. So yeah, again, it's really deeply understanding the principles behind that culture. You know. I don't know, Shamanapu, if you had any personal...
Well, just the one... Because it's... I never heard this about scripture as well. Even as vast as scriptures are, they don't give you instructions for every situation because they are infinite. But I guess our understanding, we have to educate ourselves in such a way that we discuss the culture that we're given by the scriptures, and when we analyze to the principle, as you did that wonderfully, that exercise, the manner, it'll always fan a mood of respect. Because that's the bottom line of any cultural thing, how I'm respecting others. And so if I cultivate that respect, then whatever the context, I will act such a way that will still honour the essential element of respecting this individual. And we know as devotees, it's not been our best quality over the years with the people around us and with the culture, our home cultures, host cultures. We haven't been the most respectful, and therefore, sure enough, they don't like us. That's understand. So whatever it is, whatever the way we act, if we've cultivated the heart of every principle, how I'm going to be more respectful, then Krishna, then it will happen. Krishna obviously gives the intelligence, and we'll be trained to always, a Vaishnava gives respect to everybody, whatever the context, and that's analysing the principle behind the details will cultivate that respect.
Cultural respect. Thank you. Yes.
Just one last point on this. We had something we did when I was there at GV in Mumbai, that when was the birthday of the Vaishnavas in the course we were, they did something I never did before. They all came together and they glorified that Vaishnava. I was like, for half an hour thinking, would I be in that position, of hearing everyone glorifying? But then I realized something. When it came my turn to speak, I needed to know that Vaishnava to glorify him. And when I know him so little, there was little I could say, but I became very aware that there's so many individuals around me which I have not taken the time to look at, think about, and appreciate. And I noticed this morning, I was washing the plate just here, and the Vaishnavi came and just washed the plate, and I look at her, and I say, oh, a new face. I think but I never took the time to just recognize her face, her presence. And I noticed we do that a lot. We just take everything for granted, people are around, they're doing things around. But if we just take the time to acknowledge the person, and just see for example, if we know that we'll have to glorify that person, then I became much more aware and just had to acknowledge the Vaishnavas and just try to figure out in each one, calculate what are they doing, what's going on behind the scene, and that really brought that, wow, there's people around, they are doing things. What are they doing? Who are they?
It's actually said that in a Bhagavatam assembly where there's the speaker and there's the audience, and what generally happens before the speaker begins speaking is there's a glorification of the speaker. And the interesting thing is we generally think the glorification of the speaker is for the audience, so that they can appreciate who they're about to hear from and why it's so valuable and what benefit they're now going to get, which is definitely true. But it's actually said in Bhagavad culture that it's also the duty of the audience to glorify the speaker so that the speaker can actually, number one, see their eagerness to hear from him or her, and number two, that they've actually understood the speaker. As a speaker, when someone glorifies, of course we never think we are that, but when you can actually, from someone's words, you can actually tell how much they've actually understood you. And when the speaker gets that sense that, oh no, they've understood me, they're listening, they actually know what I stand for, what I'm trying to communicate to them, then the speaker gets more of a inclination to reveal more of their heart. And that's why I actually said this in any exchange of Bhagavatam, this always must go on. So actually, whenever any speaker comes up and is the person introducing actually has a grave responsibility. Don't want to get anyone nervous about emceeing, but it is actually a grave responsibility, because you're number one instilling a lot in the audience, in setting them up to receive a lot. And you're also inspiring the speaker to actually reveal deep things that they have to share. And so that that first appreciation is very actually important.
Good evening, Maharaj. I have a question. going towards what Prabhu and the different Prabhu talked about. We talk about the culture, but the culture doesn't start with the attitude and the change within me, which is a reflection of what I learn and absorb with the teaching of the teachers, the lecture of the sacred scripture. It doesn't has to pass through inside myself, then I can be a representative and an example. I will not say that about myself, but instilling some perhaps respect, but some awareness. And when I have this inside myself, my heart open more. So if I'm more open, the culture of Vaishnav in where we are now, 50 years later, it's touching the world in his own chaos by the self-transformation. Am I getting lost there, or do you understand what I'm trying to say? Now, isn't that has to do with every one of us, what's happening in our self-development, and how we can, with our heart and respect, reflect it and make this new wave of touching this outer world, or if it's not really clear, but to me it seems very connected with how I develop and how I open my heart, and I can, in this Vaishnav culture, just make an influence or a wave of change for the world. If I'm not sure.
I think in the beginning, like as I mentioned, in the beginning, we almost follow a culture even though we haven't internalized it, we haven't fully embraced it. Some aspects of culture just seem to us to be very alien. We don't really always resonate with it. But we understand that this culture is beneficial, it's protective, and it will open up greater opportunities for me to advance on this path. So we embrace that culture. So oftentimes, even though we don't fully resonate with it, then what happens over time is that this culture is not just an artificial imposition, but it's actually seamlessly integrated with bhakti. So eventually what happens is you begin to live that culture almost without even trying, because those principles behind what that culture is meant for have fully been instilled within your heart. But before those principles have been fully instilled within our heart, we follow the external culture, which sometimes can feel a little bit, like it can be anything, like sometimes separation, for example, between men and women. Sometimes that to some people just feels like very artificial. Many people have said that to me, and they don't resonate with that. And then we kind of explain why that is there, why that is necessary, and what opportunities that brings, and what protection that brings. And then over time, as one moves on the path, it almost becomes that respectfulness towards the opposite gender naturally manifests within one's heart. And then it's not like this, like I have to constantly make sure I don't do this or speak to this or be here, because one just naturally has that respect. It's like at night when you drive, there has to be those lights on the road so that you stay in the lane. But then when the sun rises and everything is bright, you just kind of drive and you don't even look at the lane anymore. It's like you stay in the lane and you're just now looking at the whole landscape of life. And you automatically in the lane. So it's like that in the kind of our initial days of, where we're still clouded by levels of ignorance. Then we need very strict boundaries, which sometimes feel a little choking and artificial. But then as the sun of the day, rises, then you just live within those without, even thinking about it, and you just are enjoying the scenery now. So I think that is Yeah, that's part of spiritual life, to sometimes have to go through that, embracing aspects of culture which don't seem so natural to us, before we internalize it. And then when you have a group of people who have internalized the culture, then it's very beautiful, because it's just, it seamlessly integrates without any need for so many rules, regulations, strictures, because everyone just lives with those principles. Yes.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. In one of your lectures you talked about empowerment through devotional service. In a lot of communities there's a lot of seva to be done, a lot of service, and it would be very inspiring if you told a story about what you did in some lectures, when you come on a level like you have so much service to do and can do not more, but then comes empowerment.
Yeah, empowerment is such a mystical concept. So I often share the quote of Bhakti Tirtha Swami, who says, when your desire to serve is so great that you go beyond your capacity, but you continue on without hesitation, at that moment empowerment occurs. In other words, there seems to be very clear signs and characteristics behind those who become empowered. And perhaps the first and foremost of them is their desire to serve. Because when one's desire is so great and they have so much that they want to do, then almost Krishna just instills a special Shakti to go beyond whatever limitations that the body and mind and situations impress upon us. Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami had that desire to serve the Vaishnavas, and so even though he was given such a lofty task at a very old age, because his desire to serve was so great, he got the empowerment. So I often say that's one major thing to getting empowered, the desire to want to serve. The second thing is the detachment from your own plans. Again, this is symptomized by Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, because he got that dream from Nityananda Prabhu, and Nityananda Prabhu told him that when you wake up tomorrow, just go to Vrindavan. In other words, ditch all your other plans, forget about everything you thought of, and just go there, and there you'll get everything. So the moment you're willing to let go of your plans and embrace a higher plan, then that higher plan and the ability to follow that becomes much more apparent, and then empowerment occurs. So the second thing seems to be detachment. The third thing that again you see in Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami is he didn't just have desire, he didn't just have detachment from his plans, but he always remained dependent on the devotees. When one realizes that devotees are the key to unleashing my potential, they're the ones that can, the will of God can be revealed and pursued by the words of the devotee, then so Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, the devotees asked him, right, Chaitanya Charitamrita, this is our, so what did he say? Murkha Kshudra, Kshudra, what does he say? Okay, he says, I'm very low born, I'm engaged in sense gratification, I'm weak, but because Vaishnavagya bole kore eteka shahash, because the Vaishnavas have asked me to do this, and I feel so much dependence on them, therefore I've become very enthusiastic. So that dependence on the Vaishnavas So yeah, these are some of the cardinal qualities, and the CC just shows the formula of how you can achieve amazing things. You can do like unspeakable things if these qualities are there. Yeah.
And you also, in another lecture, was a nice explanation about how we can develop taste, and also the example of the man who was becoming very rich, but and you know by not spending.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, once I was on book distribution, and so I stopped the man and tried to distribute a Bhagavad Gita to him. He was an Indian man, and so he was very enthusiastic to take the Bhagavad Gita. Then I asked him for a donation. He said, "No, I won't give you a donation. I'll take the book, but I won't give you a donation." So I was just joking around with him, and finally I gave it to him anyway, and he said, then he came back to me and he said, "I found the key to becoming rich." And I'm like, "Really? You give a donation then?" He said, "I found the secret to becoming rich." So he said, "Do you want me to share it with you?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Most people think that to become rich you have to earn lots of money." I said, "Well, that sounds right." He said, No, the key to becoming rich is just make sure you don't spend any money." I said, "That explains it." But it was an interesting point, because the way I kind of registered that is what we're doing every single day by all of our activities is we're actually becoming rich. You know, just by coming to the morning program, just by chanting japa, by seeing the deities, by dancing with the devotees in Kirtan, you know, by offering a lamp in Kartik. These are such spiritually significant activities that we're being empowered with all these blessings. Then the question remains as to why we still feel that we're not, you know, empowered, or we're not. And the only explanation can be that we're losing. We're getting that mercy, and then we're losing that mercy somehow or other by perhaps insensitivity towards others, by perhaps impulsiveness, by offenses and other things. And therefore Vrindavan Das Thakur says in Chaitanya Bhagavad, he says, "Oh brothers, it's very easy to become advanced. Just chant the holy name and don't offend the Vaishnavas." So if we can just practice Krishna consciousness and just hold the mercy and not lose it by being inattentive or insensitive or impulsive, we can grow very, very quickly. So yeah, to get rich quick, don't spend it.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. I wanted to ask a question on boundary setting. How can we set a boundary without compromising ourselves and practicing almost too much forgiveness, where we're like, they would do this because of this, and you know, it helps to have an understanding of why someone acts a certain way sometimes, but it can also it can be damaging if we have too much understanding to the point where we end up being let's say, damaged because of that, and also to not take on the role of a punisher. So, how to balance the two? Is there anything, any advice that you have on boundary setting?
You're specifically talking about if someone has done something, like forgiveness? Are you talking about forgiveness?
Yeah.
How to forgive them, but at the same time, not in such a way that it kind of becomes damaging to us, like that. Okay. I'm sorry you're back there, and if I speak like this, I won't be into the mic, so I'm going to look this way, but I'm addressing your question, of course. There's a difference between forgiving and trusting. Forgiving is about the past, but trusting is about the future. Forgiveness is essential because we have to look at what's happened in the past, we have to digest it, we have to process it, we have to learn from it, but ultimately we have to move on. The goal of life is not to remember all the terrible things that somebody did to you. The goal of life is to remember all the wonderful things that Krishna is doing every single day. But while our mind is hijacked by that negativity and bitterness, there's no room left to experience the grace of God. So forgiveness is essential. It's not a question of whether I should forgive or not forgive. If we don't forgive, we can't move on in our life. And therefore, it's very difficult and it's easier said than done. But forgiveness means to process it and to let it go and to get on with your own life. But forgiveness or forgiving and trusting is not the same thing. You may forgive someone for the past, but to trust them for the future means that's something they have to earn. So just because I've engaged in the process of forgiving someone, it doesn't automatically mean I now have invested my trusting in them for the future. That they have to earn. That they have to display. That reformation, that change, that adjustment that that's needed, one has to feel the confidence that that's there. So therefore, sometimes we feel forgiving means trusting. But remember, forgiving is about the past and moving on, and trusting is about the future, and that's something that someone has to display that they're worthy of. If something has happened like that. And in that way, we kind of engage in the act of forgiving without the danger of again damaging ourselves or becoming vulnerable. I don't know if that helps.
Marge, sorry. So I had a question about something you had mentioned in your previous classes about sometimes we hide behind saying, I'm busy. And it's something that I've actually been thinking about a lot in the past 2 years, that a lot of the time when we want to do something recreational, which is also very important for the mind, and also I think for sadhana and for your spiritual life, even to just go out for a walk with your friends and to be confidential with each other. I see nowadays that we're always too busy for that. And I was wondering, I've had a realization that boundaries in that sense are also really important to know when I don't get time to make the time for those confidential talks, or even to rest, then that can also be detrimental to our sadhana. So even though you might do a lot of service, at a certain point the service becomes just a load of work, because we don't have the healthy mindset anymore. So maybe you can speak a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. We need that balance. You know, Srila Prabhupada writes in one letter that if you don't have sufficient hearing and chanting, then eventually all your service will become a big burden. You'll feel like Krishna has left such a big burden for me. Because we're lacking in the vision, the goal, the object, the reason, the meaning behind what we're doing. And yeah, sometimes in the name of being active, being effective, fulfilling everything, we don't realize that we're actually we're losing our ability to do it effectively in good consciousness, in a pleasing way to Krishna. Stephen Covey, in his book, he tells this story of the woodcutter who got a job as cutting trees, and on the first day really wanted to impress his boss, so he was working hard and he cut 20 trees, and the next day he thought, I'll impress him even more, so he started working, sawing even faster, and he only cut 18 trees. And the next day he thought, I've got to make up for that, like I've got to do better, so he started working even harder, and then the next day he cut only like 14 trees, and then a person walked by and this woodcutter was bewildered, so the person said, what's the problem? He said, I just don't get it. I'm working every single day, I'm working harder, and I'm cutting less trees. And the person said to him, but did you take the time to sharpen your saw? And he said, sharpen my saw? I don't have time for all these things. I've got to work, I've got to cut trees. I mean, what, you know. And he said, if you don't sharpen your saw, you can work harder and harder and harder, and you'll become more and more and more ineffective. And so we don't understand sometimes how empowering it can be to just spend an hour with someone and just reveal your mind and hear from them confidentially and become inspired. We don't understand what kind of effect that can have on your active devotional service, not just to do it better, but to do it in a more pleasing way for Krishna. You know, we don't sometimes understand what it means that if I just am able one day to just chant 25 rounds and just go into the forest and just really disconnect from the world a little bit, what that means for when I come in the next day to do everything I'm meant to do, and how much more I can give. It's interesting, they did a survey of the most compassionate people in the world, and they found that they all shared one quality. And the one quality that the most compassionate people in the world all share is that they set boundaries. And it almost seems counterintuitive, because you think like the most compassionate people set boundaries. I thought compassion means you just give. But they know that science, that when I invest and when I'm nourished, then I can do so much more. So yeah, sometimes we hide behind busyness, we feel guilty sometimes to take that time. And it's difficult, you know, we live in communities where we're so stretched, where there's so many things to do. But at the same time, we want to be in it for the long game, and we want to be in it with the heart, you know, and not just, as you said, like working. So.
Thank you so much for answering all the questions nicely. In the Bhakti Vaibhava classes, we had some talks about retirement, and I made the observation that
perhaps the greatest lacking in succession planning is that in succession planning, everyone should feel like they're moving on to something higher. And what happens is, sometimes the problem in communities is that young people don't want to take up responsibility because they don't feel like that's an evolution for them. It's just an evolution of position, but it's not an evolution of their life. It's not attractive for them to take up that responsibility. So if you want succession planning to happen, you have to inspire young people that yes, this is so good for my Krishna consciousness. It's, you know, responsibility is not just a burden, it's not just anxiety, like management is not just this like minefield of bombs that you have to kind of just make sure you survive through somehow or other, you know. Sometimes the way we talk about management in ISKCON is like we talk about it in such a derogatory way that no one would ever want to do it in their right mind. But it's actually such a beautiful thing. It's such a beautiful thing to have the opportunity to take responsibility for facilitating so many people's service. Like, what could be a more beautiful thing than that? And yeah, it is complex and it does require resilience, but it's very, very beautiful, very, very satisfying as well.
There's a new post for you, man.
There's a new post. We'll talk about it later. So I think the first thing is to make that attractive for young people. And then also for those who have been in positions, sometimes they don't see a life for them beyond that position. And it's incredible. In our movement, devotees came in, they took up a responsibility and they just honored it for so many decades. It's amazing. It's that, you know, I guess I'm not young, but I can still say I'm part of the younger generation. And you know, the generation above me, I guess, the amazing quality they had was their commitment. They would be able to like come to a place, take up a service, and then just stay there for 30 years. Once my dad said to my brother, he was like, the difference between my generation and yours is we had one job in 30 years and you guys have 30 jobs in 1 year. Because this generation is always moving, is such a fluid, but that commitment of a previous generation to just staying power was amazing. But then sometimes what happens is because they did that, they almost, their life identity becomes seamlessly like, yeah, it's just intertwined with a role. And therefore young people can kind of think like, why are they so attached? But we don't understand, like someone's given their whole life to something. It's not easy to just move on from that. And therefore what we have to do is inspire that there's something beyond this. You have something bigger to do. You know, Parikshit was ejected out of being a king. But the most amazing thing is Krishna had a bigger service for him. Like what could be bigger than managing the whole empire? Well, what's bigger than that is revealing the Bhagavatam, which is going to nourish generations for the future. There's a bigger service. And so I think when to encourage devotees to move out and make space, we got to also show them they're moving into something bigger. And so when we inspire the young people to evolve into something where they're going to take responsibility and grow, and to encourage those who are in the positions to move out to something higher where they're going to grow, that's when succession planning kind of happens more seamlessly. So that's what we've got to do. And there's such a need for the elders in our society to just, you know, it's just wonderful in a community if you have older devotees who aren't overburdened by management, who just go around and take care of everyone. That's so amazing. You know, because often mothers and fathers, they say the grandmother and the grandfather is more merciful than the mother and the father. Sometimes the mother and the father, those in positions, don't have time, they're busy, they have to be a little strict. But grandfathers and grandmothers who aren't in any position, they can nourish a community in a different way. So there's such a need for that. So everyone has a role to play. And the main thing is we have to inspire people that they're moving up, they're growing, and they're getting closer to Krishna through this change. And then change becomes easier to embrace.
Thank you, Maharaj.
Thank you so much. I think the curtains are about to open, so I think we'll end there. Srila Prabhupada ki jai.
Radhikosova Jaga Jaga Manaloba Chanting Urangera Radhikosova Jaga Jaga Manaloba Urangera Radhikosova Jaga Jaga Manaloba Nitai Gaura Haribo 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 Nitai Gaura Nitai Gaura Haribo Haribo Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Sadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Jaya Shri Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Sadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Jaya Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Sadi Gaura Bhaktavinda Jaya Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama Ramo Ramo Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Jayo Sachinanda, Gaura Hare, Sachinanda, Gaura Hare, Jayo Sachi, Jayo Sachinanda, Gaura Hare, Sachinanda, Gaura Hare. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya. Jaya Jagannath, Jagannath, Jaya Baladev, Jaya Subhadra, Jaya. Jayo Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Shri Radhe, Jaya Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Shri Radhe, Jayo Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Shri Radhe, Jaya Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath. Jayo Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Shri Radhe. Jayo Vrindavana Dham, Vrindavana Dham, Vrindavan Dham, Jayo Vrindavan Dham, Jayo Vrindavan Dham, Vrindavan Dham. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo, Nitai Gaura Haribo. Gaura Haribo, 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 Gaura Haribo. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Jaya Srila Prabhupada. Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Keshavadeta Nayare Roga Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Vakaya Amruta Shinda Lalita Hiranyakashipu His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajakacharyas Tata Shri His Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati Thakur Prabhupada Maharaj Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Namacharya Haridas Thakur Ki Prem Shiko Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shamakund Radha Kund Giri Govardhan Ki Shri Vrindavan Mathura Dham Ki Navadvip Mayapur Dham Ki Jagannath Puri Kshetra Dham Ki Ayodhya Ki Ganga Mai Ki Yamuna Mai Ki Bhakti Devi Tulsi Maharani Ki Yugadharma Harinam Sankirtan Yagya Ki Gauru Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Guru and Gauranga.
Krishna. Now, you stay today? Oh, that's nice. And now the next part of the program is reading of the Krishna book. So everybody's invited. And usually we start with the little song, and it goes like this. Krishna, 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 Hey. Krishna, 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 Hey. Krishna, 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 Hey. Krishna, 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 Krishna. You find the text actually, it's a very difficult text, on page number 1 of the book. This says here, we're now at line 3. Krishna, 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 Rakshama. Krishna, 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 Rakshama. Krishna, 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 Parima. Krishna, 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 Parima. Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rakshama. Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rakshama. Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Parima. Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Parima. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Thank you for coming. And like every day, we are reading around this time the Krishna book. Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. It's a summary study of the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam, and it's all about the pastimes of Krishna, seen through the eyes of Srila Radhadesh and Srila Prabhupada. So, on the moment we are reading from the part, it's called The Story of King Nriga. And we are at page 584. You already have it. The market was in place. We have still one book for you. Yeah, you can sit here. Alright. So King Nriga had remained in the well as a big lizard for a very long time. He told Lord Krishna, in spite of being put into that degraded condition of life, I simply thought of you, my dear Lord, and my memory was never vanquished. It appears from the statements of King Nriga that persons who follow the principles of fruitful activities and derive some material benefits are not very intelligent. Being given the choice by the superintendent of death, Yamaraj, King Nriga would have first accepted the results of his pious activities. Instead, he thought it was better to receive the effects of his impious activities and then enjoy the effects of his pious activities without disturbance. On the whole, he had not developed Krishna consciousness. The Krishna conscious person develops love of God, Krishna, not love for pious or impious activities, and therefore it is not subjected to the result of such action. As stated in Brahma Samhita, a devotee by the grace of the Lord is not subjected to the reactions of fruitive activities. So Queen Riga in his last life, he did many pious things. He gave away many cows, he made many wells, he planted trees along the side of the road so people would walk in the shades. He did many actually very good things. But he made one little mistake, and that's why he became a lizard in the well. Of course it was Krishna's plan, because then Krishna came to see him. Being a lizard or whatever, Krishna comes to see you, that's quite good, no? And, as you heard here, although he was a lizard, he never forgot about Krishna, you see? I don't even know what my last love is, and I'm a human being, so I'm not even a lizard, still I don't know. But he actually did remember. Thank you. So that's already some kind of special thing. So these impious activities were not completely without doing your best in life, doing good things, doing pious things. It's not bad, but it's not the goal of life. Krishna is the goal of life. But of course, if you do good things, you have a better chance of getting in contact with Krishna. And sometimes Krishna can be naughty, but don't be with Krishna, no? Something like that. Somehow or other, as a result of his pious activities, you see, King Riga had aspired to see the Lord. He continued, "My dear Lord, I had great desire that someday I might be able to see you personally. I think that this great desire to see you, combined with my tendency to perform ritualistic and charitable activities, has enabled me to retain the memory of who I was in my former life, even though I became a lizard. Such a person who remembers his past life is called a jati smara. In modern times also, there are instances of small children recalling many details of their past lives. My dear Lord, you are the super soul seated in everyone's heart. There are many great mystic yogis who had the eyes to see you. Through the Vedas and the Upanishads. To achieve the elevated position of realizing that they are equal in quality with you, they always meditate on you within their hearts. But although such exalted saintly persons may see you constantly within their hearts, they still cannot see you face to face. Therefore, I'm very much surprised that I'm able to see you personally. I know that I was engaged in so many activities, especially as a king, although I was in the midst of luxury and opulence, and was subject to so much of the happiness and misery of material existence. I am so fortunate to be seeing you personally. As far as I know, when one becomes liberated from material existence, I can see you in this way. That's a good future.
When King Nriga elected to receive the results of his impious activities, he was given the body of a lizard because of the mistake in his pious activities. Thus he could not be directly converted to a higher status of life like a great demigod. However, along with his pious activities, he thought of Krishna, so he was quickly released from the body of a lizard and given the body of a demigod. By worshipping the Supreme Lord, those who desire material opulences worshipping the Supreme Lord. Those who desire material opulences are given the bodies of powerful demigods. Sometimes these demigods can see the Supreme Personality of Godhead face to face, but they are still not yet eligible to enter into the spiritual kingdom, the Vaikuntha planets. However, if the demigods continue to be devotees of the Lord, the next chance they get, they will enter into the Vaikuntha planets. Having attained the body of a demigod, King Nriga continuing to remember everything, said, "My dear Lord, you, the Supreme Lord, are worshipped by all the demigods. You are not one of the ordinary living entities. You are the Supreme Person, Purushottama. You are the source of all happiness for all living entities. Therefore you are known as Govinda. You are the Lord of all those living entities who have accepted material bodies, and those who have not yet accepted material bodies. Among the living entities who have not accepted material bodies are those who hover in the material world as evil spirits or live in the ghostly atmosphere. However, those who live in the spiritual kingdom, the Vaikuntha Lokas, have bodies not made of material elements. You, my Lord, are infallible. You are the supreme, the purest of all living entities. You live in everyone's heart. You are the shelter of all living entities, Narayan. Being seated in the hearts of all living beings, you are the supreme director of everyone's sensual activities. Therefore you are called Rishikesh. My dear Supreme Lord Krishna, because you have given me this body of a demigod, I will have to go to some heavenly planet, so I am taking this opportunity to beg for your mercy. I pray that I may have the benediction of never forgetting your lotus feet, no matter to which form of planet or of life or planet I may be transferred. You are all pervading, present everywhere as cause and effect. You are the cause of all causes, and your power is unlimited. You are the absolute truth, the Supreme Personality of Godhead and the absolute Brahman. I therefore offer my respectful obeisances unto you again and again. My dear Lord, your body is full of transcendental bliss and knowledge, and you are eternal. You are the master of all mystic powers, therefore you are known as Yogeshwara. Kindly accept me as an insignificant particle of dust at your lotus feet.
My eyes are like, it's okay, I can try.
You want eyes glasses?
Yeah, please. Thank you. Last time also I was using yours, you remember?
It's still working.
Yeah, it's working. Before entering the heavenly planets, is it from here?
Yes.
Yeah, heavenly planets, King Narka circumambulated the Lord, touched his helmet to the Lord's lotus feet and bowed before him. Seeing the airplane from the heavenly planets present before him, he was given permission by the Lord to board it. After the departure of King Narga, Lord Krishna expressed his appreciation for the king's devotion to the Brahmanas as well as his charitable disposition and his performance of Vedic rituals. Therefore, it is recommended that if one cannot directly become a devotee of the Lord, one should follow the Vedic principles of life. This will enable him one day to see the Lord by being promoted either directly to the spiritual kingdom or indirectly to the heavenly kingdom, where he has hope of being transferred to the spiritual planets. Should I read more?
Yeah.
At this time, Lord Krishna was present among his relatives who were members of the Kshatriya class to teach them through the exemplary character of King Narga. He said, even though a Kshatriya king may be as powerful as fire, it is not possible for him to usurp the property of a Brahmana and utilize it for his own purpose. If this is so, how can ordinary kings who falsely think themselves the most powerful beings within the material world usurp a Brahmana's property? I don't think that taking poison is as dangerous as taking a Brahmana's property. For ordinary poison, there is treatment. One can be relieved from its effects, but if one drinks the poison of taking a Brahmana's property, there is no remedy for the mistake. The perfect example is King Narga. He was very powerful and very pious, but due to the small mistake of unknowingly usurping a Brahmana's cow, he was condemned to the abominable life of a lizard. Ordinary poison affects only those who drink it, and ordinary fire can be extinguished simply by pouring water on it. But the Arani fire ignited by the spiritual potency of a Brahmana who is dissatisfied can burn to ashes the whole family of a person who provokes such a Brahmana. Formerly, the Brahmanas used to ignite the fire of sacrifice not with matches or any other external fire but with their powerful mantras called Arani. If someone even touches a Brahmana's property, his family is ruined for 3 generations. However, if a Brahmana property is forcibly taken away, the taker's family for 10 generations before him and 10 generations after will be subjected to ruination. On the other hand, if someone becomes a pure Vaishnava or devotee of the Lord, 10 generations of his family before his birth and 10 generations after will be liberated. Should I continue? Thank you so much. No, it's okay. Thank you so much.
We read as long as we want, or what is the system?
Usually we read about 2 paragraphs.
Okay.
If they're very short, you read something more, they're very long.
Okay.
It's up to you. Some people feel comfortable with 1,
Yeah.
and not with 2, and we read it.
Okay. Well, the previous, the previous verse is actually amazing because if I make my personal experience is that I felt at a certain moment got a realization that by the grace that God has given me, I was also purifying my family who passed away because they appeared in my consciousness, and I got that revelation, and it's very nice that I read it here. It confirms what I experienced. Thank you for
Very
sharing.
good devotee then.
I don't know, but
It gives a surety that yes, we can change. Yeah.
oh, okay. So you liked it? I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
No, like at least it's giving a surety that if we have done mistake also we can, there is possibility of change.
Okay.
Okay, shall I read? Okay.
Yeah, that's not the best because now we hear.
Okay. Lord
So
Krishna.
Prabhupada, that's the same.
Yes, the best. Lord Krishna continued, if some foolish king who is puffed up by his wealth, prestige, and power wants to usurp a Brahmana's property, he should be understood to be clearing his path to hell. He does not know how much he has to suffer for such an unwise act. If someone takes away the property of a very liberal Brahmana who is encumbered by a large dependent family, then such a usurper is put into the hell known as Kumbhipaka. Not only is he put into this hell, but his family members also have to accept such a miserable condition of life. A person who takes away a Brahmana's property, whether it was originally given by him or by someone else, is condemned to live for at least 60,000 years as a miserable insect in stew. Therefore, I instruct you, all my boys and relatives present here, do not even by mistake take the possession of a Brahmana and thereby pollute your whole family. If someone even wishes to possess such property, let alone attempts to take it away by force, the duration of his life will be reduced. He will be defeated by his enemies, and after being bereft of his royal position, when he gives up his body, he will become a serpent, giving trouble to all other living entities. My dear boys and relatives, I therefore advise you that even if a Brahmana becomes angry with you and calls you by ill names or curses you, still you should not retaliate. On the contrary, you should smile, tolerate him, and offer your respects to the Brahmana. You know very well that even I myself offer my obeisances to the Brahmanas with great respect 3 times daily. You should therefore follow my instructions and example. I shall not forgive anyone who does not follow them, and I shall punish him. You should learn from the example of King Nraga that even if someone unknowingly usurps the property of a Brahmana, he is put into a miserable condition of life. Thus, Lord Krishna, who is always engaged in purifying the conditioned living entities, gave instruction not only to his family members and the inhabitants of Dvaraka, but to all the members of human society. After this, the Lord entered his palace. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the 64th chapter of Krishna, the story of King Nraga.
Chapter 65. Lord Balaram visits Vrindavan. Lord Balaram became very anxious to see his father and mother in Vrindavan. Therefore, with great enthusiasm, he started on a chariot for Vrindavan. The inhabitants of Vrindavan had been anxious to see Krishna and Balaram for a very long time. When Lord Balaram returned to Vrindavan, all the cowherd boys and the gopis had grown up. But still, on his arrival, they all embraced him, and Balaram embraced them in reciprocation. After this, he came before Maharaj Nanda and Yashoda and offered his respectful obeisances. In response, Mother Yashoda and Nanda Maharaj offered their blessings unto him. They addressed him as Jagdishwar, or the Lord of the universe who maintains everyone. The reason for this was that Krishna and Balaram maintain all living entities. And yet Nanda and Yashoda were put into such difficulties on account of their absence. Feeling like this, they embraced Balaram and, seating him on their laps, began their perpetual crying, wetting Balaram with their tears. Lord Balaram then offered his respectful obeisances to the elderly cowherd man and accepted the obeisances of the younger cowherd man. Thus, according to their different ages and relationships, Lord Balaram exchanged feelings of friendship with them. He shook hands with those who were his equals in age and friendship, and with loud laughing he embraced each one of them. After being received by the cowherd men and boys, the gopis and King Nanda and Yashoda, Lord Balaram sat down, feeling satisfied, and they all surrounded him. First, Lord Balaram inquired from them about their welfare, and then, since they had not seen him for such a long time, they began to ask him different questions. The inhabitants of Vrindavan had sacrificed everything for Krishna, simply being captivated by the lotus eyes of the Lord. Because of their great desire to love Krishna, they never desired anything like elevation to the heavenly planets or merging into the effulgence of Brahman to become one with the absolute truth. They were not even interested in enjoying a life of opulence, but were satisfied in living a simple life in the village as cowherds. They were always absorbed in thoughts of Krishna and did not desire any personal benefits. And they were all so much in love with him that in his absence their forces faltered when they began to inquire from Balaram.
First, Nanda Maharaj and Yashoda Mai inquired, "My dear Balaram, are your friends like Vasudeva and others in the family doing well? Now you and Krishna are grown-up married men with children. In the happiness of family life, do you sometimes remember your poor father and mother?" Nanda Maharaj and Yashoda Devi It is very good news that the most sinful King Kamsa has been killed by you, and that our friends like Vasudeva and the others who had been harassed have now been relieved. It is also very good news that you and Krishna defeated Jarasandha and Kalyavan, who is now dead, and that you are now living in a fortified residence in Dwarka. When the gopis arrived, Lord Balaram glanced over them with loving eyes. Being overjoyed, the gopis, who had so long been mortified on account of Krishna's and Balaram's absence, began to ask about the welfare of the two brothers. They specifically asked Balaram whether Krishna was enjoying his life surrounded by the enlightened women of Dwarkapuri. Thus he sometimes remembered his father Nanda and his mother Yashoda and the other friends with whom he so intimately behaved while in Vrindavan. Does Krishna have any plans to come here to see his mother Yashoda? And does he remember us gopis, who are now pitiably bereft of his company? Krishna may have forgotten us, but in the midst of the cultured women of Dwarka. But as far as we are concerned, we still remember him by collecting flowers and sewing them into garlands. When he does not come, however, we simply pass our time by crying. If only he would come here and accept these garlands we have made. Dear Lord Balaram, descendant of Dasharha, you know that we would give up everything for Krishna's friendship. Even in great distress, one cannot give up the connection of family members. But although it might be impossible for others, we gave up our fathers, mothers, sisters, and relatives. But then Krishna, without caring a pinch for our renunciation, all of a sudden renounced us and went away. He broke off our intimate relationship without serious consideration and left for a foreign country. But he was so clever and cunning that he manufactured very nice words. He said, "My dear gopis, please do not worry. The service you have rendered me is impossible for me to repay. After all, we are women, so how could we disbelieve him? Now we can understand that his sweet words were simply for cheating us."
It's nice how they indirectly asked about Krishna. Doesn't he miss his mother and father? Meaning like, when is he coming back? This is amazing. Protesting Krishna's absence from Vrindavan, another gopi said, "My dear Balaramaji, we are of course village girls, so Krishna could cheat us in that way. But what about the women in Dwarka? Don't think they are as foolish as we are. We village women might be misled by Krishna, but the women of the city of Dwarka are very clever and intelligent. Therefore, I would be surprised if such city women could be misled by Krishna and could believe his words." Then another gopi began to speak. "My dear friend," she said, "Krishna is very clever in using words. No one can compete with him in that art. He can manufacture such colorful words and talk so sweetly that the heart of any woman would be misled. Besides that, he has perfected the art of smiling very attractively, and by seeing his smile, women become mad after him and give themselves to him without hesitation." Everybody gets a little bit unrest here. So I start to move. Another gopi, after hearing this, said, "My dear friends, what is the use of talking about Krishna? If you are at all interested in passing time by talking, let us talk on some subject other than him. If cruel Krishna can pass his time without us, why can we not pass our time without Krishna? Of course, Krishna is passing his days without us very happily, but we cannot pass our days happily without him." When the gopis were talking in this way, their feelings for Krishna became more and more intense. And they were experiencing Krishna's smiling, Krishna's words of love, Krishna's attractive features, Krishna's characteristics, and Krishna's embraces. By the force of their aesthetic feelings, it appeared to them that Krishna was personally present and dancing before them. Because of their sweet remembrance of Krishna, they could not check their tears, and they cried without consideration.
Lord Balaram, of course, can understand the ecstatic feelings of the gopis, and therefore he wanted to pacify them. He was expert in presenting an appeal, and thus, treating the gopis very respectfully, he began to narrate the stories of Krishna so tactfully that the gopis became satisfied. To keep the gopis in Vrindavan satisfied, Lord Balaram stayed there continuously for 2 months, namely the months of Chaitra, March, April, and Vaishakha, April, May. For those 2 months he kept himself among the gopis, and he passed every night with them in the forest of Vrindavan to satisfy their desire for conjugal love. Thus Balaram also enjoyed the rasa dance with the gopis during those 2 months. Since the season was springtime, the breeze on the bank of the Yamuna was blowing very mildly, carrying the aroma of different flowers, especially the flower known as Kaumudi. Moonlight filled the sky and spread everywhere, and thus the banks of the Yamuna appeared very bright and pleasing, and Lord Balaram enjoyed the company of the gopis there. The demigod known as Varuna sent his daughter Varuni in the form of liquid honey, oozing from the hollows of the trees. Because of this honey, the whole forest became aromatic, and the sweet aroma of the liquid honey, Varuni, captivated Balaramji. Balaramji and all the gopis became very much attracted by the taste of the Varuni, and all of them drank it together. While drinking this natural beverage, all the gopis chanting the glories of Lord Balaram, and Lord Balaram felt very happy, as if he had become intoxicated by drinking that Varuni beverage. His eyes rolled. Sorry. Oh no, I completely got lost. Oh yeah, there we go. His eyes rolled in a pleasing attitude. He was decorated with long garlands of forest flowers, and the whole situation appeared to be a great function of happiness because of this transcendental bliss. Lord Balaram smiled beautifully, and drops of perspiration decorating his face appeared like soothing morning dew. While Balaram was in this happy mood, he desired to enjoy the company of the gopis in the water of the Yamuna. Therefore he called the Yamuna to come nearby. But the Yamuna neglected the order of Balaramji, considering him intoxicated. Lord Balaram became very much displeased by the Yamuna's neglecting his order. He immediately wanted to scratch the land near the river with his ploughshare. Lord Balaram has 2 weapons, a plough and a club, from which he takes service when they are required. This time he wanted to bring the Yamuna by force, and he took the help of his plough. He wanted to punish the Yamuna because she did not come in obedience to his order. He addressed the Yamuna, "You wretched river, you did not care for my order. Now I shall teach you a lesson. You did not come to me voluntarily. Now with the help of my plough, I shall force you to come. I shall divide you into hundreds of scattered streams."
When the Yamuna was threatened like this, she became greatly afraid of the power of Brahmana and immediately came in person, falling at his lotus feet and praying thus: "My dear Brahmana, Balram, I was speaking Brahmana. My dear Balrama, you are the most powerful personality and you are pleasing to everyone. Unfortunately, I forgot your glorious, exalted position, but now I have come to my senses and I remember that you hold all the planetary system on your head merely by your partial expansion, Sesa. You are the sustainer of the whole universe, my dear Supreme Personality of Godhead. You are full with 6 opulences. Because I forgot your omnipotence, I have mistakenly disobeyed your order, and thus I have become a great offender. But my dear Lord, please know that I am a soul surrendered unto you, who are very affectionate to your devotees. Therefore, please excuse my impudence and mistake, and by your causeless mercy, may you now release me upon displaying this submissive attitude. The Yamuna was forgiven, and when she came nearby, Lord Balarama enjoyed the pleasure of swimming in her waters along with the gopis, in the same way that an elephant enjoys himself along with his many she elephants. After a long time, when Lord Balarama had enjoyed to his full satisfaction, he came out of the water, and immediately a goddess of fortune offered him a nice blue garment and a valuable necklace made of gold. After bathing in the Yamuna, Lord Balarama, dressed in blue garments and decorated with golden ornaments, looked very attractive to everyone. Lord Balarama's complexion is white, and when he was properly dressed, he looked exactly like the white elephant of King Indra in the heavenly planets. The river Yamuna still has many small branches due to being snatched by the plowshare of Lord Balarama. And all these branches of the river Yamuna still glorifying the omnipotence of Lord Balarama. Lord Balarama and the gopis enjoy transcendental pastimes together every night for 2 months, and time passed so quickly that all those nights appeared to be only one night. In the presence of Lord Balarama, all the gopis and other inhabitants of Vrindavana became as cheerful as they had been before in the presence of both brothers, Lord Krishna and Lord Balarama. The end of Bhakti Vedanta, purport of the 65th chapter of Krishna. Lord Balarama visits Vrindavan.
The deliverance of Paundra and the king of Kasi. The story of King Paundra, do I pronounce that good? Paundra? Is very interesting because it proves that there have always been many rascals and fools who have considered themselves God. Even in the presence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, there was such a foolish person. His name was Paundra, and he wanted to declare himself God. While Lord Balarama was absent in Vrindavana, this king Paundra, the king of Karusa province, being foolish and puffed up, sent a messenger to Lord Krishna. Lord Krishna is accepted as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, but King Paundra directly challenged Krishna through the message, who stated that Paundra, not Krishna, was Vasudeva. In the present day, there are many foolish followers of such rascals. Similarly, in Paundra's day, many foolish men accepted Paundra as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Because he could not estimate his own position, Paundra falsely thought himself to be Lord Vasudeva. Thus, the messenger declared to Krishna that King Paundra, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, had descended to the earth out of his causeless mercy, just to deliver all distressed persons. Surrounded by many other foolish persons, this rascal Paundra had actually concluded that he was Vasudeva, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This kind of conclusion is certainly childish. When children are playing, they sometimes select a king amongst themselves, and the selected child may think that he is actually the king. Similarly, many foolish persons, due to ignorance, select another fool as God, and then the rascal actually considers himself God, as if God could be created by childish play chariots and the bodies of men and animals. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I found this already strange. Where was I? As if God could be created by childish play or by the votes of men. Under this false impression, thinking himself the Supreme Lord, Paundra sent his messenger to Dwaraka to challenge the position of Krishna. It's very stupid, isn't it? Yeah. The messenger reached the royal assembly of Krishna in Dwaraka and conveyed the message given by his master, Paundra. The message contained the following statements.
Stop here because it's time for questions. But as you can see, this is one of the most humorous stories in the whole Krishna book. There's a description of you even have two fake arms. It's not you in this Krishna book, but it's another book with actually two fake arms. Because Narayan has 4 arms, and of course there's only 2. And in order to play Narayan, because you need 2 fake arms. But if you want to hear the rest of the story, you have to come back tomorrow. Thank you for coming. Krishna book ki jai. God bless the assembly of the
Thank you.
And Hare Krsna.
I'm only guest here, so I don't know. I am gone already by tomorrow.
Shall we close windows?
Good evening. Thank you. Yeah, I have many books at home, but it's nice. In it. There are so many books to read in Krishna books. See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Jullie liggen naast de groene man.
Swami Rama, Hare Rama, 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 Hare Hare.
Shri Radha Gopinath ki, Radhadesh Mother Maharani ki, Govinda. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Rama, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama. Oh, Hari Bol, everyone. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, please, a little louder. Hare Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Again, please, everyone, a little louder. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare